So we're at session 125 now. Who would like to give a recap of last session?
So what I recall is we had found the treasure room, and as T-Hole was in the treasure room by himself, I think, as he was disturbing the treasure, a ghost dragon took form and uh and started attacking. No, well, it didn't attack at first. I think T-Hole left the room and we just kind of closed the door because we hadn't actually disturbed the treasure yet. I don't recall
No,
that.
it did
As soon as we
attack.
touched it. Yeah. As soon as we touched it, it did like a big AoE necrotic damage attack that you were just out of range for.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's right.
it almost
As far as
killed.
Clave is concerned, nothing happened.
Yeah, it almost killed T-Hole.
Teal almost died somehow, but
Yeah,
basically nothing happened.
basically. Yeah.
But yeah, so the group retreated, and then there was discussion of the ghost dragon didn't seem to follow us, and there was a ghost discussion about how we proceed. Some people were saying that we take a rest. Clave's position was that we've already wasted a ton of time in this place, and we didn't have much time left to get what we needed and start heading towards Ifrix. Um, and so Clave suggested trying to trick the dragon using subterfuge. And so he got as much information as he could from T-Hole and Aurelia in regards to Mordenkainen's appearance. And apparently Mordenkainen is a hick Canadian.
True.
With
I
his
had forgotten
accent.
that. But yeah, I'd say the description you got was Mordecai when he was alive, and then adjustments had to be made because he's undead now.
Which in hindsight, all humans probably look the same to dragons, so we probably didn't have to work that hard. But
With their
so
incredible senses, nonetheless, dragons thinks all humans look alike. What? He was undead? I couldn't tell a difference.
I just thought he forgot to bathe.
Yep, that's Mordecai, never bathing. So once Clave had as much information as he could, he marched in, commanding the dragon, and stating that he was there to take the weapons, and the dragon was very clear to stay out of the treasure. And so Clave did his best to kind of identify what might be obvious weapons, and then there was this lantern that was clearly just incredibly powerful, which Clave had a sense of what it might be based on some successful knowledge checks. And so Clave approached it, and the dragon was like, "Don't you dare!" And Clave was like, "Yoink!" and dimension doored out with all the stuff.
Yes, not Clay, Morden Canadian, dimension doored out.
Morden Canadian. And then, but Clave didn't dimension door to the group. He dimension door to the other side of the fire, the lava pit, and yelled.
He made it as awkward as possible, as only Clave could.
Yeah, and yelled for everybody to run. And everybody's like, "What?" And then there comes a dragon who also honestly, now apparently has fire elementals with him.
Honestly, we should have expected it. We should have expected that.
Yeah,
we should have already been running.
That one was on us.
That was on us. No, you're right. Not thinking ahead.
So the group started fleeing At one point, Aurelia caught fire, I think, from one of the fire elementals, and
And never
Clave,
bothered to put
or
it out and just kept running on fire.
yep, until later when Clave put her out with like a hot stew
Yes.
from our never-ending stew bowl. And then T-Hole got fucking wrecked by the dragon until he used his own dimension door. So Aurelia dimension doored. I think Clave dimension doored with Zarius once Zarius caught up, and then T-Hole was able to dimension door using his cloak, and then
And then action point. Because
yeah,
he'd
Yeah.
already dimension door. Which
Yeah,
he would do again, another action point later on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those were action points well spent.
Yeah.
Action points save lives, audience.
So we managed to get to the entrance, and Zarius left a little forget-me-not with an earthquake spell to bring down as much of the vault and pyramid as he could. And when we exited the pyramid, we saw that the forces of the Empire had mopped up most of the undead and the changelings. And so we escaped, we transitioned back to the land of the living. And T-Hole then left to confront Nerva because he wanted to try and get his memories back, which Nerva offered if we would help them, their forces, get to Mordenkainen's vault. Nerva was like, bro, you're too late. And then crushed the memory stone and then took out the rot dagger, which she didn't realize she didn't need anymore because T-Hole's not that immortal at this point. And T-Hole was like, YOLO, and got the hell out with another dimension door. At which point we took off. We started investigating some of our equipment and found that we had some banners which would allow us to ensure any ally within a certain range had immunity to fire. We also got some Frostbrand type weapons, the Rod of Coursera, which allowed us to be in a perfect paradise, which just has so many tentacles. Since Clave is the one that created it, and Clave is puppeted by me, so. And then we also identified the artifact that was the lantern, which was unfortunately missing one of the lenses, so it's not at its fullest potential. And so we're kind of just trying to determine who, if any of us, will use it. Right now, it seems to be T-Hole might be the best candidate to use it, although there are some pretty significant drawbacks where you basically become addicted to the light and you need it to live, and also you have to continuously give the light crushed up gemstones in order to maintain it, otherwise you die in like an uber death where you can't be brought back by pretty much any means. So
he
But
took
it only consumes like 100 gold pieces worth of crushed gemstones per century if you're not actively using it.
yeah, so it was pretty if you're not using it, it's fine.
It'll burn for a very long time.
So you
now we
are
are
in the
resting.
paradise of tentacles and you are
Yeah.
resting.
Right.
Also, Kurt, did you get the the email where I was sending the sending?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Um, so, have we gotten our long rest in yet, or are we still?
Uh,
going to do that?
unless anybody has something they want to do, you get your long rest in.
T-hole sets up. How many feet away? Is it, let's say 120 feet away. So he sets up on the other side of the oasis. To
There
hit
it is.
his long rest.
All right. Because of the lantern, it would stop us from getting rest. Yeah.
So once the long rest is completed, people would notice that Clave has cast a spell. It's pretty familiar. It's sending. Although he hasn't mentioned who he was sending to. And then he also examines the tome of the stilled tongue, and you see him kind of show surprise on his face. T-hole?
Yes. What is on your mind?
Is Vecna your brother?
I was aware that Vecna was a relative of mine. I thought she was
Yeah.
down the line. Unless. So no, I didn't know. How do you know?
This tome of the stilled tongue, sometimes it sends messages to those who bear the tome. Messages from Vecna or Vecna's minions. It's been blank since I've picked it up until now. It speaks of not only you, or at least Tahoe, which I believe is a previous name for you, one of your previous lives. But it suggests that not only are you brothers, but also that you both sought order to combat the chaos. It suggests that conflict between the two of you will help the chaos. I don't know why it's saying this right now when we're not seeking to fight with Vecna. But clearly this
Seems like a manipulation.
but why? What purpose would it have if we're not in
If it
direct?
believes we might acquire this wand of eternity's doorstep, it might suggest that we hand it to it. And we know this is a bad idea. It is exactly what the Empire was afraid of.
It would seem very convenient on their end to say, "Oh no, don't interfere with our plans. That's going to cause more chaos. Just go along with them."
But it's not. It if we were seeking to go and fight Vecna right now, I would be aligned with your perspective. but we're going to fight Ifrix. We're here. We're trying to stop the Pasha of Ifrix. We're not going to fight Vecna. We've encountered Vecnites before. We've fought them before. And even if we were to get Wand of Eternity's Doorstep, which I don't know if that even exists. I don't know if we'll ever encounter it. Everybody seems to think we have it for some reason. But regardless, it's not making mention. It's
The
not
Pasha
making
has it
mention
now,
of
or the Ifrix, or the Pasha. Well, I get them mixed up. So whoever came and raided Mordenkainen's vault took the wand.
right.
We're going to chase them down, and we will presumably acquire the wand at that point.
But still, I mean, there's a pretty significant difference between what this information suggests and trying to say, oh no, don't, or give Vecna the wand. It's not suggesting that we give Vecna the wand. It's
Yeah,
not suggesting that
it's-
we. It's really not suggesting that we do anything except have this knowledge, and not that I trust it necessarily, but Vecna is known for their secrets, and I'm not sure why this is revealed on the eve of us traveling to do battle with the Pasha of Ifrix.
He'll give me a just a wisdom check.
Just a raw wisdom check.
Yep.
Oof.
Never mind.
Am I
The
wise enough?
No, this is specific to him.
Yeah.
actually, do it. No. Let me see something really quick. I might, because I have the crown.
The crown is really wisdom saves. Wisdom or intelligence saves.
I thought there was something with checks, but maybe.
Or maybe I'm wrong. It's been a long time since I read it. I thought it was saves. Because it's basically legendary resistance once a day.
Yeah, it is saves. Let's see if there's something.
But you do get some memories begin to return to you. Oops.
I won't read it. I was just going to say that, whatever the book says, we must accept it with the smallest grain of salt.
So Clave is gonna do something that he's not quite comfortable with, but based on what he sees in the book, he's gonna unattune to his amulet of proof against detection and location, and then attune to the tome of the stilled tongue.
If you're going to be doing some shit like that, okay, damn, I don't have the spell prepared. Fuck.
You're going to be doing shit like that. I'm going to rethink my spell choices at some point.
Yeah. Didn't think I would need to do this. I'm gonna fucking just a beat eyeballing you, I guess.
I mean, you're in the paradise of tentacles. What could go wrong?
I mean, a tongue is just a tentacle of a different name.
Right.
I mean, I feel like if there's any way to destroy this item, it's to summon some evil shit inside of it.
So how many more hours do you have to read, Aurelia?
Let's see.
Because you'll get another 2 in during this long rest.
Okay. Oh, okay. I already marked that. I've got 11 to go on this one and 20 on the other.
The hyperbolic time chamber. Spend a whole year in just a day.
What is the book that Aurelia's reading?
They're two things have to do with time.
So your long rest is over. You're all back, restored. Turns out sleeping on a bed of tongues does wonders for your backs.
Never felt so clean. They're like dog tongues where they kind of like you roll over and it's like slobber kind of pooled in the recesses.
Analyze my fucking spell list then.
I stayed up for I had a hard time falling back asleep. Memories returned. I do remember my brother. He 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 made a deal and betrayed the one who taught us everything. And we both grew apart. And that was the day he lost respect. Of course, he would not want us to interfere. But we have, if he's after the wand and what we've seen, even if we do nothing, that's still making a choice. We've seen what that future is. Well, Clave, it was before you joined our group, but we saw a future. We lived a future where Vecna retrieved the Wand of Eternity's doorstep, and it was the end of this world. Even if they wanted us to do nothing except not interfere, we condemn this world.
I'm not suggesting that we do nothing. I'm simply raising questions. mean, to my understanding, what about our current course of action, aside from potentially taking the wand at Eternity's doorstep, brings us into conflict with Vecna? Is Vecna aligned with the Pasha of Ifrix?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Sorry, 1 second.
No worries.
So what, I mean, is Vecna aligned with the Pasha of Ifrix? Is there something that we're about to, I mean, it doesn't seem like it.
Like Vecna is a player, and whether they're aligned or not, they're still part of the game.
I would just remind you that when you were in the Changeling City, their great colony, the Vecnites were being hunted by all the people who were aligned with Imix and the Pasha.
Yeah, and they helped us out technically.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if there is free information that is useful, then so be it. But assume that any information that is given to us is weighted in their favor.
Don't speak to me as if I'm a child. I've considered this. I'm not suggesting that we act on the information. I'm simply providing it and asking questions of those who might be able to elucidate our situation and why Vecna would seek to provide these scrawls in the book.
What has it provided yet, besides this brother news?
Some usefulness that may yet be revealed.
Then all we have to do is move forward.
That is the only thing we can do. Aurelia, I have some potentially bad news. I don't know if this is true, but I got a feeling when I attuned and spent time with the lantern. You see, the lantern cannot be unattuned, for once it is unattuned, you die. Why do you think Mordenkainen had this lantern protected by this ghost dragon in the center of his pyramid and was fairly irate that it was missing?
I don't know.
I suspect he may have been attuned to it. Which he is no longer.
So she will have gotten her wish. He will die.
Wait, say that again. I missed that. I was reading something.
When I attuned to the lantern, I realized that whoever was attuned, if they were attuned, would perish immediately, as the same would happen to me. Why do you think the lantern was guarded so well by such a creature? Amongst all the other items in there. I suspect that it was Mordenkainen was attuned to it himself. And by attuning to it, he is no longer attuned.
So you're saying that would have just killed him? Well, I
Yep.
can go now. Okay, I hope you guys good luck with what you're about to do. My mission is done.
But
T-Hole
wait
has
a
set
minute.
out to do what I tried to come here to do. It's over. So I'm off to the void. Good luck to all of you. Yeah. See ya.
But-
I don't know for
It-
certain. Don't know for certain. But it's a possibility.
Aurelia's looking around for the exit to the plane of tentacles.
It's that
I
meme of
gotta
John
understand this.
Travolta.
Yeah. Yeah. How the hell do you get out of here?
But Mordenkainen is a lich.
Perhaps now T-Hole is too. Once more undead.
We should probably go ahead and do what we need to do before this conversation gets any weirder.
T-Hole, do you mind if I just examine that lantern for a moment?
By all means. He like hands it, and it, like his as you like go to reach it, like his like hand like kind of backs away a little bit.
Clave runs away and attunes to it.
Yeah.
No way in hell Clave could outrun T-Hole. No matter how many teleports he's got.
Yeah, if T-Hole kind of like goes like keeps pulling it away, Clave is gonna telekinetically trip him. like the somebody going and being a table behind your knees and then the push. Teleconnect version of that. But no, Clave would want to examine the inside of the lantern just to see if maybe, since Mordenkainen is a lich, if he was attuned to this, it also makes sense that maybe he would use this as a phylactery. So Clave would want to examine it and see if there's any evidence that maybe that's the case.
You look all around it, you don't see any of the sort of runes you would expect to see if this were a phylactery.
Okay. I mean, that
How would you know what runes to look for, huh? Got some explaining to do.
I'm a wizard of the 17th level. I know things. Well, if Mordenkainen is dead now, and Mordenkainen was trapped in the gem, and the Pasha of Ifrix was using the gem to try and pull Ifrix into this world, then what does that mean? Am I remembering that correctly, Kurt?
There was a gem that had imprisoned the Pasha that got shattered at one point. It's not clear what the gem was going to be used for, other than essentially to torment Mordenkainen.
Oh, okay. Okay, so then because I thought I remembered that they had imprisoned Mordenkainen in a gem.
Right. They did imprison him in a gemstone.
Okay.
In fact, I will just say Clave has somehow geniused his way onto what they were going to use that gem for, which is to open a portal to allow for a direct connection between here and the plane of fire that Imix could use more freely.
Wave is a genius. Okay, so perhaps this is good news then, as Aurelia seems to be quite excited by the prospect of Mordecai's death. A happy accident, perhaps. But we still have work to do. We still need to face these forces and try to push them back.
Yes. We still have to confirm that he actually died. Even if he's a lich, this artifact has an aura finality to it. I don't know if even lichdom he would survive. It would overcome. I'm not sure if lichdom would even overcome this the lantern horn. But we can't assume, but we should go in knowing that.
Can you imagine if Mordenkainen was trapped in a gem with all of his power, all of his magical knowledge, and for him to then die? That gem could then act as maybe a kind of docent, giving some kind of access to that power. Might have residue of his abilities, of his knowledge, which may prove even more dangerous if that is in possession of
Hmm.
Pasha and Ifrix.
Indeed. We may have accidentally created a new artifact in this world.
One that I would very much like to possess.
You'll get it, but it'll be the end of the campaign. So,
Hey, I'm excited for the post game.
Aurelia, I know it was important to you, and I'm sorry that I took it from you. Had I known, I would have waited to at least give you the pleasure.
Well, the way you say it like that comes off as kind of creepy. But it is what it is.
I just assumed that you were so driven by vengeance to travel with us for 17 levels. or however many levels it is since we met, that it was so important to you. I didn't mean to offend.
Oh no, you didn't. It's fine.
What drives you now?
I'm not sure.
just curious to see how it will turn out. You can always leave when you wish to.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Well, your potential to succeed is limitless. I am sure you'll find something else to pursue.
I'll live through this, which is not all that
Thanks, coach.
guaranteed.
That's one of my signature daily affirmations. Offered to you in your time of need.
For I am a benevolent god.
But the day is wearing, or at least time is, the sands are falling. We should make preparation to move out.
Aurelia, you're going to be teleporting us there, correct?
Yep, I think I was gonna do that last one other time. I'm trying to remember exactly how that worked.
Well, you've been given the knowledge of being able to see it from the cat god, weren't you?
Yeah, because I can teleport straight there, I think, right?
Yeah.
Window tab. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So I've seen it, so I can teleport there.
Yeah, you're effectively treated as if you're very familiar with the location.
Doesn't mean it may not go awry. Just all right.
All right. No, hold off on that. All right, I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. All right. I will I'm going to cast right before I start. I'm going to cast Mind Blank on myself.
Okay.
And then I will cast the teleport.
I mean, right. So technically what you saw in this in the palace is a teleportation circle within the palace itself, so you can't miss it really.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Are you
I effed up. We all died. That was a hell of a trip.
right? What would be similar to the flying fire palace? You're inside a volcano.
Hot.
I'm just curious, you're not casting foresight?
Not
You're
yet,
saving.
no.
Okay. Okay. Let me move you
Wondering if
guys.
somebody was going to take that one.
So you all see the world around you fade away after you emerge from the world of tentacles. You're back in the real world in the blazing hot desert. You see all of that fade away, and you reappear in an even more hot area, a giant cathedral-like structure surrounded on all sides by what appear to be rivers of lava. You realize looking out at the vista behind you that you can see the open sky and a vast distance, and you can confirm that you are flying in the air in the center of a firestorm. All around you, you can see there are various creatures, elemental creatures of flame, and a few Azer. that seem to be standing watch along this inner courtyard, this inner structure within the palace. You can see there are several sealed doors near you as well. You're not necessarily sure, most of you are not necessarily sure which way from here would lead to the courtroom where you would expect to find the Pasha, but Aurelia knows that it's the eastern doorway. I'll move you to the map.
Okay. I see why you said that, Kurt, because it's a minute casting time. I did not know that.
It's a hell of a view right now.
If at all possible, I would have cast it. I thought it was just an action,
Okay.
but I will cast Foresight on T-hole.
Okay.
That may be the most effective casting of that. Yeah. Well done.
Yeah. Especially with its new attacks.
What is
Basically, you get advantage on all your attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws.
ooh, that's gonna be helpful.
And creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you.
Feel like we're gonna need that.
There it is. I put it in chat there.
Oh,
What is this on the map?
Oh, that's a good point. That is, you see, there is a huge pile of changeling bodies.
And Aurelia said that we need to go through this door.
Yes.
These guys just sitting around.
No, they're quite alarmed to see that you have teleported in. So we're going to have to roll for initiative. Let me make sure the thing's clear. Yes, it's clear. Oh, also, somebody's going to have to activate one of the banners because it's hot enough in here to start burning you all.
Is that me?
Right, except for you.
Even those resistant.
Even those resistant.
Motherfuckers. Yeah, I can't keep it so hot in here. T-Hole's got all those billion arms. Let him hold them.
they can't actually hold anything.
Well,
would
then you
be-
have arms.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. So he does have like the lantern horn is kind of like wrapped up in like this kind of cloth. It's kind of wrapped up in this in like kind of like a cloth, like ladle or like a carrier of sorts, kind of like a hanging basket would where that holds a pot, but it's wrapped up and then it's like slung around his neck.
Mhm.
So it's close to him. It's not letting it out of his sight, so he can keep both of his arms free, his hands free.
Right. I mean, there's no actual rule that says that to make 2 attacks, you need 2 hands free. You're assumed to be like kicking and whatever else is needed,
That's true.
but that's fine. I'm not, you can keep your hands free and somehow jury rig it to your other equipment. So my turn tracker just did not populate initially. So I thought it was empty and it was just waiting to show me that there was a prior combat's worth of stuff in there. So Teal, you rolled a 12.
I did, unfortunately.
Oh, I didn't
You-
roll my initiative.
You previously rolled a 7, so that is an improvement over one of the 2 entries that was in the turn tracker for you. So you see there are 2 fire elemental myrmidons that are flanking the door you need to go through. One of them marches out and seems to be unlocking the door. and opens it, and you see there is a fire giant beyond. The other one is going to advance on you, walking around this pile of bodies. He's not going to be able to get to you, though. So he is going to keep his distance. The other one will move there. The fire elementals have a lot of movement, so they are going to start trying to swarm you. And the fire elementals proceed to rain down blows of flame on you all. Who is using the banner? Because you have to give up your reaction to activate the banner for a turn.
You also have
Um,
to be holding it in your hand, right?
Right. You have to hold it and use your reaction, but then it would protect everyone for one full turn from all fire damage.
I think T-Hole probably would pull out the banner. Um,
So who actually, because these are sort of relatively bulky things. So who is actually going to be carrying one of the banners just in case, something happens to T-Hole? If you only have one out and T-Hole goes down.
I think
There were
Yeah.
three of them, right? I thought everybody
Right,
had.
There are three
Right,
of them.
but
yeah, I would carry one.
Clave is
I would have
Clave
one.
is wielding a spear and a shield. So
I'll carry one.
Okay, so T-Hole, you're going to use your reaction to keep everyone safe from the fire damage.
yeah.
Okay, so all of the fire elemental attacks are completely ineffective against you, as all they deal is fire damage.
Oh.
But
But the
nonetheless,
force damage.
they're trying their hardest. They have no access to whiplash damage
Okay, good.
to overcome this. So there's just a hail of attempted strikes against you. Most of them probably would have missed anyway, but you realize that the heat is just completely ineffective against you all. So I am effectively just going to narratively skip them. The Ifrit are also going to advance, and they're going to actually be a little more effective. Can't quite get there. So the first Ifrit is going to attack. Oh, I forgot about this. I have to take something out of their thing. One mistake. So the first Ifrit is going to attack Aurelia because she's closest to him. Fire damage is ineffective. Does 17 hit you?
Yep. So 32 slashing damage.
Yes. And the second one is also going to attack Aurelia because they're reasonably smart.
Right. Another 27. Okay.
Does a 16 hit you?
Yep.
Okay. Zarius' turn.
what are these things?
Zoom out, I guess. Which things?
These.
Oh, those are fire elemental myrmidons.
Okay.
They were guarding the door that one of them opened to reveal the giant beyond. The giant has not moved yet or
And
entered the turn order.
this is the way we need to go according to Aurelia.
Yes.
Okay.
Share screen.
I guess let's do Spirit Guardians. Oh yeah. I didn't need it to roll yet, but
Okay.
and then yeah, I got nothing for a bonus action right now, so that'll be it for now.
All right. Clave.
Um, I use such a high level spell so soon. Wait a minute. Of course I do. This is me we're talking about. I use resources instantly. All right.
Surprised you have any action points left.
I am going to cast Mass Suggestion. And I am going to target the Ifrit. I'm going to target the Myrmidons. I will target this giant. And then any other of the elementals up to 12, because I can do a target 12 creatures. And
Okay.
the suggestion is you must guard us and fight those who we fight.
Let me just see something. So the giant is out of range.
Okay.
But everything else, well, there's like a fire elemental up. Oh, wrong tool. Fire elemental up here and some Azers up there that are out of range too, I assume.
It's 5, 10. I'm gonna try and move closer. Am I able to squeeze past these guys to right here?
No.
Is this a wall?
That is an open space that leads to the lava, but like this square is open. So is this square.
I didn't see which square you're pointing to.
This square is open. This square is lava.
I think you might be pinging in the wrong layer.
I probably am. This square below you is open. This square it's actually about a 10-foot drop down to the lava below.
Okay, so then I won't have moved there. I will move 5. So I can go here.
Yes.
10, 15, 20. Can I go here?
You can, you're sort of perilously close to the edge of the lava if you go there.
Yeah, that's fine.
You're immune to it.
Huh?
You're immune to it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to fall, but
You might come out naked.
let's see if this puts me where I want to be. Okay, so that puts it within range, right?
Yes.
All right, so now I will cast Suggestion, and as I said before, the suggestion is you must protect us and fight those who we fight against.
So what's the DC and what's the save wisdom?
It is a wisdom saving throw DC 18.
So that guy failed. I don't know why when I use one macro, it thinks there's bless on. There's not bless on. But I'm just ignoring it because I don't know what setting to toggle to turn it off. Next Ifrit. So this Ifrit here made it. Should probably mark them. Oh, this guy has to save. Failed.
So the dude that passed, I'm gonna have him roll again, turn back time.
Wait.
Nope. Okay.
Maybe save that for the big dude in the hallway.
I can do it more than once.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
The big dude in the hallway already failed. He went first.
Oh, yes! And the spell was worth it.
I'm not gonna. So we'll just assume all the fire elementals failed because everything in this place is immune to fire damage. So they're not especially effective. They're mostly for color.
They can also like create barriers.
There you go. They could do that.
What do you mean? Things can walk right through it. It's just fire. It's all
Takes up its space.
it has its
Takes up its
own
space.
ability that says it can stop in its turn, like end its turn in another space. Like it doesn't
Right.
care.
But it doesn't say you can walk through it. It doesn't say it doesn't provide some cover.
I mean, I would just say normally you would just get burned, but
So basically, there's like a fire elemental, 2 Azer, and 1 Ifrit that are unaffected.
Okay. Excellent. Um, that's my turn. And I'm
Aurelia.
very happy with that.
Did the Ifrit pass? Because I was gonna turn back time on him.
Yes, he did pass.
He passed again. He rolled again.
No, I didn't roll again. I'll do it now.
Oh,
what's
okay.
this?
Sorry.
What's
No
this
problem.
spell say about them taking damage?
He failed too.
I don't think it says anything about them taking damage, but
Okay.
we
I
also
didn't specify them to be immune to my fucking stuff, so they're gonna get hit by it.
can you make them? Can you redesignate
No.
No,
their allies?
it's only on cast. No, I'd have to recast it.
Or use an action point.
Yeah, or just stop concentrating, I guess. But
I mean, it's a 3rd level spell, right?
yeah, I don't recover spells like you do. Yeah, but at this point, I think it's probably prudent to just drop the spell.
Yeah, if you or any of your companions damage a creature affected by this spell, the spell ends for that creature.
Oh, it does, yeah. So yeah, if you are able to drop it, that'd be good.
Yep. Takes no time at all to stop doing something.
Sorry, I made you waste a spell. I didn't mean to do that.
Nah, I mean, this is more effective than what I had, so
Yeah, like a Spirit Guardian is like, oh shit.
yeah. Oh, that one did his sorcery again.
So Aurelia, are you doing anything?
Yes, I am. I am going to just double check one. No, just open that. Yeah, whatever. I will cast Death Ward on myself. That is it.
Okay. So we're basically out of rounds now because the Azer and the Fire Elemental that are left essentially just have fire damage.
Okay.
So they are definitely going to rush in and attack.
And that's when our Ifrix friends and Fire Giant friends just attack them.
Right.
We just started a gang war.
That was the point. Clear a path.
You need to be able to like ninth level that thing and make it contagious.
I have better uses for my 9th level spell slot.
I don't think so. A real zombie outbreak here.
We must press forward.
Aurelia, do you know the way?
Yeah.
Those things dying. Could I have used those to heal up Aurelia?
Yes, you could.
However many that would be. It's the number of hit die.
Yeah, I'm just looking it up. So it's 24.
Look at that.
24 what?
Hit points.
Okay.
It's
Take
like
it.
passive. That's passive healing right there.
How many times can you do that?
At every turn. Once a turn.
Really?
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah. I'm like, this is some shit Mike would give 5th level characters.
I like my power scaling to be steep.
I'm with you. I just use items to do it generally. Not full class switch up.
All right, so since the suggestion was to protect us and to fight against those who we fight against, I would ask our new allies to form a line and move forward in front of us.
The
So,
classic chevron formation.
Yes, we
right.
can't.
So
we
here's the
can't-
question. The spell worked because it's magic, but do you speak Ignan or Giant? Not everyone here speaks common.
T-Hole could translate.
That's true. I mean,
T-Hole can talk to anybody.
Yep.
It's not me that they're protecting, it's all of us, and to also fight against those that we fight against, which includes T-Hole, so T-Hole could give the command or
Okay.
request.
So this guy comes and unlocks this door and opens it up. You can't see anything though because everybody else is in front of you. So what's in there is still actually a mystery to you because there's a whole lineup of people beyond you. In fact,
Um,
everybody make me a perception check because there's a conversation going on at the top of the line.
Okay. Very happy with that tongue of the sun and the moon. Perception?
Yep.
That's an advantage.
So you hear there is a conversation at the front of the line between two voices that you assume to be giants, asking why this person has come back into the throne room. And the one of the two giant figures has said that he is here to protect and to fight against the enemies of the group that just came in. The second giant then says, "You fools, affected by their magic." You then hear him say, "My loves, Kutrash, kill all of these betrayers. I must go find Ifrix."
Shit. You gotta fucking stop that guy.
Well, so you are not fighting against that guy right now, and
I
he is
know.
not attacking you.
Well, wait,
So
wait. So
it is not within the purview of the protect us and fight against those of whom we fight.
wait. So but we all hear this and it's in common.
No, T-Hole alone hears it
T-Hole, you let us
because
know.
T-Hole will be like,
oh, and it's not in common, it's in Ignan.
is like, I do believe that there's someone of import behind that door, and he called them fools and figured it out. We better
So
make a move.
my spear that I hold, which emits pure sunlight, it surges in power as I use Dimension Door to teleport myself to that spot where this conversation is happening.
Okay, so you teleport yourself
Uh,
to so somewhere between this guy and the giant who was next to the door in the first place.
wait. Where was the conversation? I'm not seeing anyone else except these fire elementals.
Hold on, something's wrong. So there's this guy here who is actually getting into a little boat.
I cast magic missile on him, making him somebody that I am attacking now.
Okay. I mean, technically we should go into rounds for that. But we'll just narratively say you get magic missile off. Now we're supposed to go into rounds. We'll see if he can get into the boat and sail away. You also notice, and only you can really see this. T-Hole heard him yell "Katrash," kill them, my loves. You could see 3 adult solar dragons rising out of some incredibly bright magic infused magma. And you could see that there is a portal that has formed in this river of magma that this bright colored lava is flowing out of. So we could roll for initiative again. And I have to roll for initiative for like 57 people. So this is going to take a while.
I don't see the solar dragons, but that I didn't know there's solar dragons.
Oh, that's true. He had this door actually should be open is the problem. But you can see the solar dragons over in this direction.
Okay, and I see this guy,
Yes, you
and
magic
he's
missiled him.
um. Do I recognize what this thing is?
You're not sure. It looks vaguely like an Ifrit, but he's much more imposing. And there are significant physical differences from what you've seen in other Ifrit. He was, you gather, sitting on the throne at one point. And I would say you would quickly surmise this is the Pasha.
This guy is a Pasha.
Yes. And only T-Hole knows that he said that he's going to join Imix now.
Okay, I will roll my initiative.
Shall we roll initiative too then?
Yes.
Nice. Not that me being in the front right now is very useful. I need the people in the front to go first.
So Aurelia, you get to go first.
Oh, crap. Uh, sure. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, there's just a wave of people in front of me.
Right. I mean, you can move through as long as you can find an empty square to stand in at the end, you can move through their squares.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to get crazy. Shit. Boy, too risky. I don't even see Clave.
Don't worry about me.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I don't. I'm just gonna hold the Eldritch Blast in case somebody comes after me, but I'm in the rear with the gear.
Wait,
Okay.
wouldn't this one of these doors is closed? Wouldn't it have been open like in the conversation? Like this door is closed right now.
Oh, it should be, no, it should be open. The giant opened to have the conversation. That's my
Right.
mistake.
Because then they saw me like So I would have in my magic missile, I would have hit him and then sent 2 of them into the fire elementals.
Okay.
Well, okay. Let's see if it's within 120 feet. I would send 1 into a fire elemental and 1 into one of these dragons.
Okay. So that's all you're doing, Aurelia?
Yeah.
The fire elemental myrmidons will start to move 1, 2. That one has to double move. To there. Zarius, it's your turn.
Yeah, well, there's not a whole lot that can be done here for my end at the moment. Let's move forward a little bit, I guess. Be ready to move again once it's open.
Keyhole.
So T-Hole's gonna use, or so what he's gonna do is he's gonna use his movement to move 65 feet, and then he's gonna burn a Kai point to move basically to the Pasha, because he can move 130 feet. So he goes there.
Nice.
And what so mark a Kai point, and then I'm gonna spend 5 Kai points to for the awakened astral self to summon my arms, visage, and body. And
Ooh, we haven't seen the body.
yeah, so it might be like only Clave would see this based on his current vantage point the most clearly. But what Clave sees is that because he actually is behind T-Hole. So T-Hole's kind of astral self has always been kind of like this bluish, kind of light blue grayish color. But as it, as the light starts to envelop, it's like it's instead of this blue, it kind of morphs into this gold, and it kind of spreads over his body, and he almost seems to grow taller, as he's just like encased in this kind of golden light. And he says, "I am an infinite source of vibrant energy," as he then punches him with his newly golden arms.
This Street Fighter intro.
Didn't you have to double move to get here?
I used one of my bonus actions for Step of the
Okay.
Wind.
Okay. Makes sense.
And then I used a bonus action to summon that. So then I still
Right.
have my action.
Those hit.
And they'll do radiant damage, and I'm going to attempt a stunning strike. Let's see. Does my proficiency plus wisdom?
Oh wait, I'm sorry. That is not actually his con save. He's proficient in con saves. Oh, 19 anyway.
That saves. And I would have attempted it again.
I rolled it twice for that reason.
So yeah, that is my turn.
would it make sense, since
Oops.
T-Hole is in battle, to have either Zarius or Aurelia maintain the fire protection?
Well, I was going to say, Aurelia, you now have to because you're more than 120 feet away from Keyhole. So his little field is moving with him. You're outside of it.
Okay.
But it's a reaction to prevent yourself from taking fire damage.
How much fire damage is it?
It would be 5d6 fire damage.
Okay.
The fire
I-
elementals. Sorry, you were going to say something.
I'm just saying this feels really epic. I mean, this is so fucking cool what's going on right now. I'm digging it.
So fire elementals now on both sides are going to begin to swarm, which is actually going to wind up preventing the fire elementals are going to wind up attacking some of the fire elementals kind of all around you guys as they rush in the same direction.
Gotta fight fire with fire. Something like that.
Right. That one probably can't. So there's only one fire elemental you magic missiled. I'm assuming it's this guy. So this guy he's going to double move to make it up to where the Pasha is, but he can't attack. So the fire elementals are banging on each other and doing nothing because they're all immune to fire damage. Fire elementals are not very bright, you've discovered. What will Pasha do? Oh, why not? This is this is just entirely he doesn't necessarily know. He actually does understand what the banners do because he has fought in that war previously. Uh, but he is right now getting into the boat, and you see an enormous cloud forms. I should find a little cloud picture.
Does that provoke an opportunity attack?
He would have cast a cloud first, actually, before
Okay.
he does this. But you can see he is in the process of getting into this boat. Apparently, I don't have a good incendiary cloud.
So he's still getting in the boat.
Yes. I'm just going to use this other cloud. Where'd it go?
Could I use an action point? Because he seems
Ooh.
like he's about to um take off, right?
Keyhole, you heard him say he has to go and rejoin Imix.
T-Hole would say, "You will not rejoin Imix this day, Pasha."
Could I use an action point as a reaction to cast Wall of Force to prevent him from moving, from going down the
Uh,
river?
so where are you casting the wall of force?
Um,
I mean, T-Hole
so
does have sentinel feet. So if he can land a punch,
right, but you use your reaction to protect yourself from the fire.
Right.
hmm,
Uh, like right here is what I was thinking, because it looks like that's where the boats are going. Like, is that
This is. I'm just gonna say, T-Hole or Clave rather would take in the scene. You'd be pretty sure this is some sort of portal. The boats seem like they're pointing out of this area, so you're not sure how far back that goes. The dragons are all over here.
So Clave's best guess, based on what I'm seeing, is that the boat would go to the portal.
That would be your best guess.
Okay. Then, yeah, if I could use an action point to create a wall of force completely blocking the portal, I would want to do that.
So where exactly do you want the wall of force?
You see me put it down. It's pink, so it's not easy.
Yeah, I don't see it. The pink, so many colors get lost in the orange and red. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so that's fine. You put up a wall of force. How high of a wall of force is it? Since it, up, it basically only has to be 5, 10, 15, 20.
Oh, let me
I
post
guess
this
it's like 20. It's like you probably need 3 panels across. So I guess you could go like 3 panels high too.
Let me just put the wall of force spell up there so everybody sees it.
So I mean, I think
So
you could basically block it from essentially the level of the lava to the top of the ceiling.
okay. I would like to do that then. And then yeah. So if I could do that, I would like to. And then that uses one of my action points.
So you did that as a reaction. He then gets off his incendiary cloud. Everybody in the cloud is blinded unless you have some way to see through the cloud. It's also causing massive fire damage that nobody in this room takes. He doesn't know you cast the spell. So he is going to step away and get on his boat. Oops. Not too much. And then he goes and bonks into the wall of force. And that's really all he can do this turn.
Just imagine him just like just plonk.
This ride sucks.
Making obscene gestures at us as he's floating away.
That we can't see because we're in this cloud that he made.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, Keyhole, you hear him curse in Ignan that there's a wall of force in the way, and these fools seek to prevent him from rejoining his lord. And it's Clave's turn.
I have to be careful not to cast another concentration spell. Most of my spells are concentration spells, which is not great. since I can move through the space of allies, and these elementals, the Myrmidons, and the on our side are allies, I can move through their space.
The ones with the green dots are allies. Two of the
Yeah.
fire elementals right in front of you aren't.
Right. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm still in the cloud, so I
Yep.
can't really see anything. So I'll just keep moving forward then. 35, 40, 45. Oh, hey, T-hole. 50.
Yeah. So technically, you've just had to climb up onto a throne.
Oh, that's a throne.
Yes.
Okay, so then I think that's where we'll say that's 35. 40, 45, 50, 55, 6. I'll end my movement there because I can sense that there's a drop right there, right? Into the
Yes.
lava.
There's a little step down that you're standing on that leads into the lava.
Yeah. Okay. And let's see if there's anything I can do with my bonus action. With my bonus action, I will activate my crown of. I've never said this before. Igamonus Asphodelic. Deloc.
Yep.
Asphodelic. So
Igamos.
that's my turn.
Okay. So all of the Ifrit, let's move the ones closer first. This one's can't really see. Makes it about there. To there. Fire Giant Duke finally gets to go. What his movement is.
I hope this dude is as epic as he seems. Don't let me down. I spent a 6-level spell slot on you.
He has to double move as well. And we're back to Aurelia.
Okay. So
And
as soon as
you've
go
used
ahead.
your reaction to prevent fire damage, I assume.
So as soon as T-hole moves out of the thing, then the fire would come and get me. Is it just
So yeah, as soon as you essentially are more than 120 feet away from T-hole, waves of heat begin to hit you because you're sitting in a room that's basically surrounded by molten lava. And it would have immediately started to burn you unless you use your reaction to prevent that.
so I would have taken 5d6 fire damage each round until I get within range of the whatever it is?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take the damage because this thing's way too important just to burn it just because I was too far away.
And that means Kepri also takes 5d6 fire damage. Although you can't see Kepri because I assume she's invisible.
I have my reaction.
So you can use your reaction to prevent Kepri from taking damage.
Yeah, I would.
So that would also cover Aurelia anyway.
Oh, okay. All right. That hairball is going to burn right off, but okay, sure. That mat that I need to get rid of.
It would be funny if the next time you see Aurelia, she's one of those like bald cats.
Uh,
We save a bunch of people and we're like, we will make a monument for you.
20, 25. I think I can stand here. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, why couldn't you stand there?
Well, I was trying to figure out like, because I know there are some places where it drops down 10 feet or whatever. I just wasn't sure exactly.
Right,
I was
right.
going by the color.
Right. I that's true. I guess it's all very similar colors. To me, I guess I've always imagined it, and so it seems obvious to me, but these things here are the lava. This whole area here is really stone.
Okay, but in the middle
So
is kind of lava, like where these people are.
no, there is a fire pit beneath them, and so they are smoldering, but it's not actually lava. You could technically crawl over them if you wanted to. You
Are
don't
there
have to.
bodies in there?
Yes, of changelings.
Okay. I don't have detect magic up or anything, so. Uh, are they like on fire burning, like
No, they're not on fire. They're smoldering. It's a
as in they're
slower.
dead and smoldering, or I mean they're being
Yes.
tormented or some shit?
No, they're all dead. Or they're, you know, very good actors because they're slowly burning.
And I'm better actors than me when those assassins tried stabbing me.
Shit. Really not a whole lot. Um, five, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I will move there. I'll take the dash action and get it all the way there, so I can at least try to see. I see the cloud of the incinerary cloud. Like, okay, that's probably not a place I want to be.
Yeah. I mean, it looks sort of like white. It is actually red and flaming and like dark colored smoke. But you can see the red hot ashes that are floating through that fire. But you also realize you're immune to fire damage, so that's
Yeah.
probably not a big deal for you.
And how long does the banner last?
One round. It has to be reactivated every round, basically.
Oh, okay. Because I interpreted it as in one round, one use gone. So,
No, 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 no,
oh,
no. It's
okay.
one every round you just keep reactivating it to prevent somebody within 120 feet of you you can see from taking fire damage.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
That
Okay.
would
So I
be
was thinking it was a
significant.
one.
That's fair too. That would be significantly less effective.
Well, I mean, no
All of
damage.
them,
You take zero damage.
right, for one round. But you're
Yeah.
actually, you still have a long way to go before you get to the end of this map. So anything else you're doing?
No, that's it.
So the 3 pet solar dragons. This one is going to move here. No, actually can't move there. Doesn't work. He's just going to fly into the cloud.
You know what? Gert, I'm sorry. I forgot. If this is not okay, just let me know. But
Mhm.
I probably would have ritually cast Phantom Steed before coming into this place.
That's fair.
Okay.
This one's going to fly in and will wind up bumping into T-Hole and Clave. What the heck? It's going to try to attack T-Hole at disadvantage, but double disadvantage because it's also blinded. Miss, miss. Oh, sorry. Same to hit roll anyway.
Yeah, they miss.
Yeah. That's their turn. The Myrmidons will move forward, but there's not a lot. They don't know where they're going. They don't know where anything is. T-hole. You are aware there is one of the dragons next to you, but you can't see it.
Okay. But yeah, I could feel its hot breath, but it couldn't see it.
Right. You can hear it's flapping around next to you.
The
Is our initiative the same? Might I be able to do something right quick to perhaps dispel it?
yeah, I mean, I would think that you Zarius can go.
Breaking line of sight is not helpful for us, so if we can, yeah. Let me see if I can actually get within range here, though. That's the other tricky part, because it's oh yeah, range is 120 feet. Yeah, perfect. So I can move here, attempt to cast dispel magic. I don't really want to.
Don't upcast it.
Yeah, I don't want to upcast it.
Just do the check.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna cast spell magic.
To make your spellcaster check.
Yeah, let me just roll this. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Surprisingly, that does not quite get there.
Never works for me. I don't understand. It always works whenever I'm the DM for some reason. Whenever I want to use it,
Could action point it.
yeah. I don't know if it's necessarily worth it.
Fair.
I know it's not going to hurt us, and it's difficult for anything else to hurt us at the moment. So might be okay.
Yeah. T-hole, you do hear the Pasha yell again in Ignan. My loves, find and destroy any spellcasters.
Good luck in this cloud.
I guess I can have
Bitches.
Kepri might help. Might be able to do something. The difficult thing is the line of sight being broken. I can have Kepri do battle mind. And perhaps she can convey, since technically to everybody he's hidden from us, can like point out, hey, he's right here. Obviously she would have been following me, but what's your movement again? 60
Flies
feet.
like
Oh, yeah. No. obviously she goes invisible again. And then I tried to dispel it. It didn't work. So go ahead, T-hole.
Um. Hmm. Let's see. Is this dragon? This one, is it like right? Can I could I get a sense of like, is it flying? Is it like above me? Is it
You're sure it's flying. It's a little bit above you,
okay?
but still within, 5 feet.
Yeah. So hmm. All right. What I think I'm gonna try to do and is Teal's gonna close his eyes. And through the lantern, which has a +5 on perception checks, I'm gonna let the lantern's light try to guide T-hole as to where the creature is, so that I can try to like see it in my mind's eye through the lantern.
You already have it. You have advantage on all your attack rolls
I know, but
because of
like,
foresight.
right, but
That would negate the disadvantage of it being hidden from you.
Right.
yeah,
You,
but
you know
T-hole
where,
wants to
I
jump
mean,
up on it.
oh, you want to jump up on it. Okay. That's different.
Oh well, you should have said so right from the beginning.
So is there a way that I could like try to use that to try to find the creature enough that through the haze I could like make a leap onto it?
Yes, you could try an acrobatics check to leap onto it, opposed by its acrobatics check.
All right. 24.
Technically,
So it's
there's
disadvantage.
disadvantage and advantage, so it's just a 17, but it's a disadvantage. So you managed to do it. You're on its back.
Cool. So yeah, he leaps up onto its back. That's an action.
Yes, technically it is.
All right. See, I can't actually use my bonus actions to punch it because I didn't use
The attack action.
attack action.
I mean, I'll tell you what, I will let you do this leap in lieu of one of your regular attacks.
Okay, that's fair. So I will do a punch it. And then I'll do that 6 more times. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's the martial arts die. For the 2 bonus actions.
So advantage and disadvantage cancel. So the first one hit, second and third one missed, fourth one missed, fifth one hit, sixth one hit, and seventh one hit.
And that is gonna be its turn. Or Teal's turn.
Okay. Zarius. Oh, you already went. Fire elementals will continue attacking one another in the even worse, even more clumsily, since none of them can see. And it's Clave's turn.
All right, I'm coming. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I had to take care of a cat issue, which I'm trying to chase down right now. Got it. All right. Take Cooper, you bitch. All right, so my detect mind lets me detect the presence of minds, right? It doesn't let me to pinpoint their location, but I can
Right.
sense generally where they are,
Right.
correct?
Yes, that's
And
right.
synaptic static does not actually require me to see the point in range, just to choose one.
Right.
So I am going to cast synaptic static from within the protection of this cloud, right? Right there.
Okay.
So those individuals have to make an intelligence saving throw. DC 19. Wait, is my DC 19?
So he has magic
It is
resistance,
19.
so he made it. That is
Okay.
not
My
the right
DC is
button.
a 19, so
Well, when I did mass suggestion, I had a DC 18. Just weird. All right, so that solar dragon, uh, unless it wants to use legendary resistance, which I don't know if it has or wants to do, will have a negative d6 to its attack rolls and ability checks, as well as taking the full damage.
So I don't think it wants to use one of its limited legendary resistances on that. Well, I can't use a red dot to identify this because I will never see the red dot. We'll use a blue dot. But continue to remind me if the guy with the blue dot doesn't roll his d6.
Um, and then that will be my turn.
Okay. Theo hears one of the Ifrit yell in Ignan that it's being attacked by one of the dragons. And so the Ifrit start to converge on that guy. And then they will attack the dragon.
Having minions is so fun. Don't you think so, Maddox?
And you hear a dragon roaring out in pain at that. Fire giant Duke. Oh, he has some reach. He has to get there. So he is, first of all, you hear him barking out orders, and two of the Ifrit are going to make additional attacks against the dragon because they only have to hear him. And the dragon roars out again. Is that right? And then he is going to use his great sword to strike out at the dragon that Teal is riding. He is unaware that Teal is riding it, though, because why would that happen? And he hits it. That's his turn. Aurelia. Oh, beginning of the round.
Let's see. Is that cloud moving or still is staying in the same one spot?
No, it is slowly, you realize, drifting in your direction.
Well, that sucks. Um, do I hear them yelling? Like, do I hear these
Yeah,
commands being given?
Yes, you hear the sounds of combat ahead of you. You hear the dragons roaring. You hear the sounds of these scimitars that the Ifrit are using, striking at the dragon. I assume T-Hole makes some noise, that it's not just utter ninja silent as he's punching this thing. Right.
Um,
And you can hear Clave casting his spells.
well, do I specifically hear them speaking, like him giving the commands,
I
get
mean,
the
you heard
spellcasters and shit like that? Do I hear that?
what? So you heard him yell something, but unless you speak Ignan, you didn't understand it.
Okay, cool. That's all I need to know. All right, I'm going to
I-
cast tongues on myself because this is annoying. I need to hear what's going on. This guy, it's like people talking behind my back or something. I don't like it. Okay. Okay, I'll just move up next to Xerius and we'll just kind of hang out. Okay. Oh, how's the battle going?
I have yet to join it. I am on my way.
So this solar dragon with T-Hole riding it is going to fly out. But rather than shake you off, because that would be boring.
Shake it up.
Yeah, it is just going to blast an area right next to itself because it's immune to its own breath weapon. And I need you to make me a con save, Teal.
All right. He
You
makes
made
that.
it. So you take half of the 53, so 26 radiant damage.
Yeah. 23 radiant. Sounds good.
And it is then going to dive into the lava below and start swimming underneath it.
Was the with the banner? It does that. Am I immune when I'm like submerged in lava?
You're immune to the heat, but you're not necessarily immune to suffocating.
Hmm. Yeah, that would be a problem.
Does T-Hole need to breathe?
I don't know. Neither does the
Yeah.
dragon.
I think he still needs to breathe. He just doesn't need to eat, right?
Um,
Surgery.
that's a good question. Let
He
me.
is an astral monk. Maybe they don't need to breathe.
Come on. No, yeah, it's just food and water. Um, so yeah, that's fine. If he submerges, um,
So you have the curious sensation of having very dense liquid rock pressed against you as this thing is swimming deeper.
okay.
That's its turn. This solar dragon really just gonna have to just keep for the moment. It probably just attack the one it was attacking before. Oops, that's a mistake. And then the last solar dragon. It's going to use its breath weapon too. It is going to use its, see, how big an area can it affect? It did it right at the edge. Move down a little bit then. Okay. So I need Clave and a bunch of my allied guys to make saves. My guy.
Or I need a DC 30 to hit my concentration to maintain wall of force. If I hit a natural 20, would that be sufficient?
I'll say yes.
Okay. I mean, it's probably not going to happen, but
5% chance.
well, 10% because I have Warcaster.
Ah,
Ah! Okay.
kind of went in the other direction there.
That's why you don't mention until it's too late. Then it won't know.
So that's their turn. The Myrmidons, one of them's hidden. Can't really get to any of the dragons. They're just gonna hang out. T-hole, you are currently submerged in the molten lava.
Teal's gonna let go and swim back to the top, swim back to the surface.
Okay. So now you're bobbing in the lava.
Yeah. Hmm. It's a very curious sight. Just like swimming in lava, just looking around, trying to figure out which way to go.
It's like in The Sims. There's no ladder, so you can't get out.
Yeah. Well, I guess it could swim to the Pasha. Because see a question about, so would I only be able to like run on water if I like was walking on it? Like I like when I'm swimming in it, like that the kind of moving over water class feature doesn't quite apply.
I mean, I would assume you have to basically get up from prone, then you're moving over it,
Gotcha.
or else you just swim through it because you're still prone.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just swim through it.
Which I think is still half speed.
So he's got 65, so he can basically make it to the during the movement, he can basically make it to like right on the edge of the ship. Because it was like right at the cusp.
Mhm.
Would that be enough for him to climb aboard?
Yeah, we'll say you can climb aboard.
All right, and then I'm gonna punch the Pasha.
Okay.
And
So
then this time I have advantage because
right.
nothing is preventing it. And then I'll make 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
See, we're at the point of there are so many attacks that I can't add the numbers fast enough. So
20,
was the 28 the first punch you threw, or is that a different thing?
this is the first punch I threw. It was a 29, a 20, a 25.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, wait, no, the 15 missed.
For me, T-hole is under the boat.
So that's 69 plus 5. Okay.
And I'm going to attempt a stunning strike. He makes it. Wolf. Maybe I shouldn't attempt stunning strikes. Now the plus 16. That's gonna be T-Hole's turn.
Okay, Sarius.
Um, start wading into the fucking smoke here. Does he have to make saves, concentration saves, on this effect?
Why would he have to make concentration saves?
'Cause
Oh,
I don't know if it's a
that's
concentration
no,
spell.
you're right. That's a good point. He does. Let's see. I think they're all DC 10. In which case he actually can't fail. Yes, he can't actually fail. So he doesn't.
Got it. Um, okay. I guess I can't do anything if I can't see them. So, I'll just dash, I guess. What's this thing able to do again? So Kepri can probably only really see maybe T-Hole and possibly Aurelia.
Where is Kepri? I'm missing her. I'm in the wrong layer. That's why. Yes, she can see. So she probably can't see Aurelia. She does have her battle mind up, so she's aware of where Aurelia is. She
Okay,
can definitely see Keyhole.
right. Okay. Well, then I'll have Kepri give T-Hole bless for the turn through the battle mind.
Okay.
If she could see any other people, then she could give. I guess she could give herself bless for some reason. So since she can't see anybody else, unless this giant's head's sticking out.
No, the cloud's pretty tall,
Okay.
taller than him.
I moved and dashed, so my bonus actions aren't going to help in this situation. So I will be done for now.
Fire elementals are going to shift around a bit. A lot of them are still attacking other fire elementals blind. They're not accomplishing that much. But this fire elemental is vaguely aware there's someone next to him. So he will attack Zarius uselessly. Checking something quickly. All right. This one's going to wander this way, and that's pretty much their turn. The Pasha just continues to steer the boat. So, Teal, you get to make a decision. Do you want to go through this portal?
Not really. Is there anything? I'm wondering if I can sabotage the boat.
On the boat.
I mean, it's not
Keyhole.
actually your turn. I'm just saying you could,
Yeah.
you could, not go through the portal with the boat if you don't want to.
Yeah.
So Dustin, I'm going to do something where I'm going to be on the boat with you, or if not on the boat, I will be chasing.
I guess this is what we came for. So Teal's gonna stay on the boat. Like, what good is it if we came all this way only to let the Pasha escape?
So you feel yourself falling down through a tunnel of fire, of blue hot flames, on the boat. It seems to skate its way along the sides of this particular portal. Why did it only didn't select everybody? And you wind up. I can't move it. What's going on? But you wind up in a sort of similar. The architecture is very similar, and you gather that the palace of Ifrix was modeled after this area that you're in now. But you wind up in what you're quite sure you could feel is not the same plane you were in before. The heat is far more intense than it was in the mere Pasha of Ifrix's tower. You could see two fire giants sort of guarding the shoreline as the Pasha boat rams ashore in what appears to be almost a ruin that is on fire.
Okay.
And that's his move. He then barks orders to the giants in Giant that they should kill you. And what does he want to do? He used his move, so he can't do that. He is going to use his teleport action. Now I'm moving the whole boat, and I don't want to. So let me see if I can just move T-hole to show T-hole what T-hole is seeing in the distance. Forget how to separate the party.
I can see the. I mean, I can see the.
No, this is a different thing. I'm just going to show everybody what you're seeing.
Oh,
So you see what appears to be an enormous black hole growing in the distance of the elemental plane of fire. You see an enormous figure standing about 50 feet high that alternates between being a pillar of flame with a face buried into it and a semi-humanoid form that's holding the Wand of Eternity's doorstep, a tiny little twig in its paw that seems to be directing energy towards the black hole. It seems to be intensely focused on the growth of this black hole and performing some sort of ritual to continue to get it to grow. Around the pillar of flame, you see there are various fire elementals, some Ifrit, also three figures that don't appear to be creatures of flame. Two of them appear to just be wizards. One of them appears to be a large-sized dragonborn that appears to be in very official looking robes. And then we'll move back.
Oh dear. Teal's feeling very alone right now.
So that's the Pasha's turn. Clave. Oh, I gotta add these guys to the initiative.
With my detect mind, I can sense that they went through the portal and left. Correct.
Yes, you can't sense their mind anymore, but you know they
Telepath
were around the portal.
Telepathically, I'm going to communicate with Zarius and Aurelia. T-Hole is left through the portal. It is very important that we follow him. This battle is not worth it here. Move as quickly as you can. There is a boat here that will take you through the portal if you can get to it. It's to the south. Good luck. And with that, Clave is going to begin to transform. He is going to grow incredibly large. And it's unfortunate that Zarius and Aurelia and T-Hole can't see it, but multiple arms sprout from his torso. And most of his equipment melds into his form, except that he carries the twig of the spear of Sekhmet and the tiny wooden shield remains on his body, and a satchel carrying the book of the Tome of the Stilled Tongue. As he as he becomes Kaveatak, which I can't see anything now that Clave is no longer on the board.
We'll have to move Clave back.
Yeah. All right, so Clave is just gonna ride on this token.
That's fair enough.
And he's going to fly to the portal with his 80-foot speed.
What creature is this?
You remember the dragon at that town where we got like that cool dance and then we fought the false Sekhmet?
Yes.
I'm him.
Hmm.
I use the shape change spell.
Gotcha.
So
you also plunge through the portal and emerge into the plane of fire, into the ruins of a palace, where in the distance you see this black hole. And you see T-Hole on a bone boat and two fire giants of some sort of fire giant getting ready to attack him.
That is my turn. I don't think I have any bonus actions. Well, you know what? Let me check to see if I have bonus action I can do with Kaveatak's form. No. Also, just to clarify, Kurt, because you have the legendary actions here, I don't think Shape Change allows me to use legendary actions.
Right, it doesn't. I just didn't feel like deleting them.
Okay.
So on the very far edge of the map, you could see where the sort of the black hole is, but it's actually pretty high up in the sky. So
can I actually, with what I have left, can I have T-Hole. Can I put him on me to ride me?
Um, sure, you have enough action left to do that.
Okay.
Do I know
T,
that? Does T-Hole
so
know this is
Yeah,
Clay?
that's true.
so T-Hole, you would recognize Kveatak, but I still have my psychic abilities. So I say into your mind, this is Clave. Don't be fooled. It's not Kveatak. Get on.
This is not a trick at all. At all.
Trust me.
My, what big teeth you have.
Yeah. Quick, hop into my mouth.
This is
He was like,
I'm sorry.
I knew you were Kveatak the whole time.
I just have to say this is the first time in game I've ever used a 9th level spell, and it is sick. Love it. Thank you, Kurt, for putting this in the game with the token and everything.
He hesitantly, he hesitates for like a minute, or not a minute, but for a few seconds at least. But then like looks back over his shoulder and sees that giant orb and the Wand of Eternity's doorstep and climbs aboard.
Question also, because I am still carrying the spear and the shield. Um, the shield gives me not only the +2 bonus,
+3.
which
It's +3 now.
well, it gives a +2 for the shield and then a +3 magical bonus.
Okay.
Do I add that total bonus, or would it just be like the magic bonus, or how would you want to do it?
I you could add the whole bonus.
Okay.
It's a little like using a buckler on a creature of your size, but
Okay. Because that is significant, so I will do that. All right. That's my turn.
so the Fire Giant Guardians, technically Teal is now on you.
Yep.
I'm just gonna move this boat to the map layer. Get it out of my way. So let's move you there. The Fire Giant Guardian is still going to try its best to attack try to attack Teal, but if it can't get to Teal, then it's just going to attack the dragon. So how far up are you crawling, Teal?
I mean, he would climb onto his back. Like fully commit to it.
Surprisingly not that good. So it's just going to have to attack the dragon.
The 28 hits, but I am resistant to the slashing damage, as well as immune to the fire.
Right. And then the other one, because he's a little further away, is going to hurl rocks at T-Hole.
Hold on a
So,
sec.
so he has disadvantage. So that's a 28 and a 19.
Well, 28 hits. Let me see something. Shoot. I have to use my reaction to keep the thing going. So no deflect missiles.
Oh, that's too bad.
I will take the 23 bludgeoning.
That's their turn. So now back over to the Ifrix, which are attacking one of the solar dragons. It
This fucking smoke is still here.
Yes. Or so that one actually finally, that one misses along with the one before it. So a couple of misses because they're blinded, but they did a good amount of damage, including a crit in one case. The dragon is not happy. Fire Giant Duke. Let me see if he gets his thing back. He does. So he'll take one attack himself against the dragon. And then he will command the Ifrit to attack again. One of which hit. So you can't see it, but one of the dragons is not looking so hot. Aurelia. Oh, it's top of the round again. The cloud is starting to clear at the far end near the dragons.
Finally.
But Aurelia's turn.
So is this some kind of magical friggin' cloud, do I think?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
and I don't know what's going on in there. There's bad stuff.
I ran in there.
Yeah, but that's you. Would true seeing allow me to see through the cloud?
Yes.
Well, apparently we're playing Pathfinder because I cast true seeing on myself. I'm just buffing myself every round. And shit. Oh, who's on what side of what? That's wrong. Oops. Apparently I ran into a wall. 8, 9, 10. I think I can get there.
Yes, you can.
Okay. Okay, I use dash action. Shit, I can't use the dash action. I take that back. That is incorrect. 2, 4, 5. Like 5, 6. Okay, I can add. All right, yeah, I can get to about there. Okay.
What are you doing there?
I'm just running. I'm like trying to get through the That's as far as I can go.
Okay. I mean, so you ran forward and then ran back again?
Well, I was going to do the dash action, but I cast a spell.
Oh, right. Okay. So Solar Dragons can at least see this guy a little bit. I should see if his thing came back. Didn't do that last round either. Yeah. So two of them are going to use their breath weapon. Uh, Pretty much, Zarius, I need you to make me 2 con saves. And then I need all these guys to make their con saves. As they're going to do this twice.
What the fuck?
First guy made 1 of them.
So I see 3 of them there. Which 2 are we making the save from? I guess the
So
bottom 2.
yes, it's these 2. The one I forgot. One of them had to fly back up and out of the lava again. He's probably confident that T-Hole is dead under the lava.
Yeah, I just saw like 3 of them were rolled, so I didn't know which specifically which ones I was
Oh, I'm
taking
sorry.
damage from.
I must have double clicked one. So it's the first 2, not the last one.
Okay,
The 40, 43 and the 36.
got it.
The downside of minions, it's a lot of bookkeeping.
There's so much rolling going on. I have no idea what's happening.
So 2 of the dragons have used their breath weapon to blast radiant energy at various creatures within a 30-foot radius. And I am seeing how many of them make their 2 Constitution saving throws.
Betting you than me.
And 30 feet is a lot, and a lot of these people are bunched up. The good news is this includes friendlies and enemies alike. The dragons are being pretty indiscriminate.
And they kind of have to because of that cloud.
Right. They also don't really care about the fire elementals.
Dude said kill them all.
Right. One more.
I can't imagine how much more of a slog this would have been if we had to fight all of those people at the start.
So there, from Aurelia's point of view, especially, you just see flashes in the cloud as light passes through it. Like it's picture day for the Ifrit.
Followed by screams. Ah!
So this fire myrmidon, he can actually pass over the lava. So he is going to try to attack one of the dragons because he's suicidal. Those both hit. The other one, however, is still blinded, and so he is still bouncing into people and not sure what to do. So that's their turn. Zarius.
Um, I'll start moving, I guess. 5, 10, 15, 20.
So you emerge out of the cloud and can see again.
Could I jump to the boat? It's a little bit past my movement.
I mean, what's your strength?
My strength is a 16.
So yeah, you could jump to the boat.
All right.
And the fire
Right.
elemental takes its useless attack of opportunity.
Delightful. Cool.
Yeah.
Is it like tied up or?
It's not tied up. You're not exactly sure how you get it to move. There's not like a button.
Question. Because of my keen mind ability, I imagine that I can have a pretty accurate assessment of the dimensions of the room.
Right?
Could I communicate them to Aurelia such that she could just dimension door directly into the boat?
So no, because you have to go through the portal and you don't sense that your telepathy is passing through that portal.
Okay.
Now, with an action point, your telepathy could pass through the portal.
I'm saving my action point.
Same. That's why I ate those fucking breath
Aurelia
weapons.
Aurelia has true seeing, so she should be able to.
Right. You can definitely, she can definitely see everything. Actually, I forgot about the true seeing. So you do just see flashes, but you know that it was the explosion from the breath weapon of the dragons.
Um, yeah, I guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't get back around to Zarius. So you don't immediately see a mechanism by which the boat moves. Like it doesn't have oars or anything
Right.
of that sort.
Okay.
But go ahead and make me an investigation check.
Oh yeah. Real good at those. Oh hey.
Yes, you
Uh,
are.
In the
so
heat of the moment.
right, you are able to discern that among all of the bones that make up this boat, that two of them function as foot pedals. Right, one of them allows the boat to go forward, and one of them calls for the boat to stop.
Okay.
And then steering the boat is a matter of essentially just moving. There's essentially a wheel in the center.
So does this require two people?
No, you
The
could
pedals
pilot
with
it
the.
yourself.
Okay.
It's not made for a creature of your size. And
Mm,
so,
it's a giant's paddle boat.
right.
Gotcha. Um. Okay. Well, I'll just like wait for Aurelia, and then I'm gonna need to top up a little bit. So I'm gonna cure wounds myself a little bit. um. That's it. Really. I mean, unless I think I could start this thing and then Aurelia will catch up. I don't know how far it'll go. I guess.
Yeah, you're
If I
not sure if it's of its speed until you get it moving. But
I mean, I
Aurelia
guess.
can dimension door.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just press the button or press the pedal to make it go.
So it goes about 30 feet in a move.
Okay.
Oh, but it left you behind. It kicked you off.
Indeed. All right. I'll have Kepler give us bless. And I fuck it this guy too, I guess, because he's starting to stick out of the smoke.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, he'll have bless too.
Okay. Anything else you're doing?
Nope.
Keyhole. You are on the back of Kveatok. One giant is hurling rocks at you. Another one is attacking Kveatok with his sword.
How far down? How far down is the one that's attacking with the sword?
That is true. I hadn't considered the 3D aspect of this. I'm assuming you just came through the portal and picked up T-hole, and so you were essentially still within arm's length for this giant. But technically, the sky above you is open, so Clave could have moved up. I just didn't picture it that way.
Well, I feel like I had probably reached the end of my movement getting to the portal because I only have 80 feet fly speed.
Right. So the giant is probably about 15 feet lower than you are since you're on Kveatok's back and in the middle.
If I like lowered myself onto Kveatok's, like
I can hold out my arm, let you roll down my arm. that'd be kind of cool. You run down my arm, punch, and then run back up.
Yeah, I could do that.
Because if you could stun him so that I don't take an attack of opportunity as I move forward, that'd be pretty cool. You don't have to. I mean, I don't think I'd take much damage either way, but
Yeah, I mean, if there's I think if Claveatok is going to extend his arms, then or one of his arms, then Teal's gonna take that and use it to try to you know, attempt to just stun this giant so we can face the real threat. Also, it's gonna give Aurelia and Zarius a hard time as they move through here.
oh yeah, that's a good point.
So we can't like just ignore them. So let me. And the lowest is 22.
Yeah, those all hit.
15, 7, 36.
So let's see the stunning strike. I think that failed.
That just made it.
Okay.
But I will attempt to stun another stunning strike.
What's your stunning strike?
It's a DC 17.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it didn't go up. It's see proficiency.
It's based on wisdom, right? And our proficiency at this point should be +6.
Oh yeah, it actually should be 18. Sorry, I didn't update my notes since that. So yeah, that first one would have failed. Just failed.
Okay, so he's stunned.
All right. 27, 36, 48, 57, 67, 67 plus that crit. 68 plus that crit. So
Probably
Yeah,
the
that's what I
martial
got.
arts died the crit. That's a 9.
that's only yeah.
Yeah, particularly now, I think I'm gonna continue with the rule that we apply the martial arts die the first one that hit. Like you
Yeah.
don't know which one is gonna be a crit.
Yeah. That's fine.
You can't guarantee you'll hit past that one.
Right.
That makes sense. So yeah, I always forget how crits are calculated.
Yeah, it's correct here. It's
20. So it'd
the
be
base.
88,
Right. Yep, that's
88
what I had.
total.
Anything else you're doing?
No, that's his turn.
Fire elementals continue their Keystone Cop routine. Pasha, he's going to jump down and wade through the lava, which costs him some movement. See if anything else he can do. Yeah, he does. Oops. Let me just find something real quick. So he begins to cast a spell.
I'm no longer on the initiative.
Oh, you're not? Oh, you because you deleted your token.
Yeah. Let's see, what was my initiative?
So he creates a wall of stone to block line of sight from not exactly. If Kveatuk goes up, he'll be able to see over the wall of stone, but he's expecting, a whole horde of traitorous elementals to come through. And now they'll at least have to go around. What was your initiative?
I'm
Find it.
trying to find it.
I'm pretty sure you went
14.
right, yeah, right
14.
before the fire giant guardians.
Yeah.
So, so it's your turn now.
All right. So I am going. How tall is the wall?
The wall is 40 feet tall.
All right, so I will be going up diagonally as well as horizontally. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. And then 50, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. So, no, distance to flying target. So I've been going diagonally up. So I'm about 80 feet in the air now.
Okay.
So
So you can see over the wall.
right now I want to try and see how high is the target above 80. And what is distance? Okay. Um, what can I tell in terms of what these guys are doing? Like, what does it look
Uh,
like to me?
So give me an insight check. So you don't get the impression that they are necessarily part of Imix's entourage. You're not exactly sure what they're doing here, but they appear to be differently garbed than everyone else. And while they're talking amongst themselves, you actually gather the two wizards probably did come together. They are similarly dressed. You're not sure about the Dragonborn. He doesn't seem to be similarly dressed to anybody here.
What is this guy?
He appears to be a large-sized draconic humanoid, almost like a giant Dragonborn.
And what about this guy? What is his deal?
He appears to be a red-fisted giant.
Okay.
I close the turn tracker. It did. So what else are you doing, Mike?
Yeah. I am gonna sorry, I'm just checking my options right now. I have many. I
Yep.
think I'm gonna cast uh a third level magic missile at, let's see, that'll be 6 darts. So 2 on each of these guys. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just in case they're concentrating on anything. Fuck with them.
So obviously all hit.
And that'll be
Oops. What up? Okay. This new giant seeing the dragon. He is the range. He is going to pick up 2 rocks and hurl them at the dragon. Miss.
So I'm going to use my illusory self ability to make that a miss.
Okay. Uh, yeah, he'll stay there, I guess. One fire giant guardian is still stunned. The other one is going to turn And he is also going to hurl rocks at the dragon. Seems to be the day for it.
The 28 hits, but I'm resistant and oh, my regeneration goes by him. And then so that's 16 damage. And it's impossible for me to miss my concentration check on that. So the 22 misses though.
Right. The Ifrit are going to continue attacking the dragon. Actually, one of them can now see the dragon, so the first guy's not at disadvantage. That still does not hit. Second guy's at disadvantage. Hits. Hits. Miss. And the last guy can see the dragon too. So, T-hole, you watch as there's a flurry of scimitar strikes at this dragon, which dies.
I see that death, right?
Well spent.
You see the dragon plummets to the ground and then begins to roll into the lava.
I can't see Aurelia, so I'll use it to heal myself.
That is 16.
Okay.
Nice.
Duke is going to push forward. He can't get in the boat with you as it won't accommodate his size and anybody else. So I guess he'll just
You can
Well,
push it.
Zarius can ride on top of him.
You could just push the boat.
right. He doesn't necessarily. So the Myrmidon can run across the surface of the lava. He can't,
Mhm.
but he can see that there's a fire elemental there. So he'll follow his directive to attack the enemies of
Yeah.
you people. And he does a good bit of damage to it. Aurelia.
Okay. I can almost get to the boat. And they've killed one of the dragons, right? That fell into the lava.
Yes.
Okay. Do I see where Zarius is?
On the boat.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right.
So there is, Zarius is like a little below your eye level, but you could see the boat moved. So I would say you're aware Zarius is in the boat.
No, if I have to. I'm assuming some of these fire elementals are unfriendly, like that one in the middle.
Right. The ones that don't have green dots are unfriendly, but
Yeah.
they also can't damage you as long as you either activate your own banner or stay within 120 feet of Zarius.
Okay. I'm within 120 feet. 30. I don't know. I don't know if it's worth it to try to get one of those dragons to back off, but so I can dimension door eventually over there if I need to. That's what I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers on that dragon that's like right above the boat.
Okay.
I should be able to reach him. No, come on, wrong button. Come on, dude. Yeah, okay.
What's the save again?
Wisdom. Good grief.
We'll take some damage.
Okay. I tried.
Anything else you do?
I would assume I see the portal, sort of, kind of, maybe. So
Yeah,
everything looks pretty
you
big.
can see the portal.
Okay, I just yelled to Zarius, head in that direction. I'll meet you there.
Get on the boat. It will take us there.
Well, before the portal, of course.
Okay.
So is that
Yeah,
it?
that's it. Yep.
Two dragons. Let me see if they get their breath weapons back. Nope. Nope. So the dragon that's closest to, actually, probably both of them are going to swarm Zarius. This one will fly around this way.
Okay. First one misses. I will negate the other one.
That's just 12 damage then. And then the second one.
Or is this magical or not?
Let me check. No, it's not magical damage.
All right.
Oh, technically, sorry, the second one should have a negative 1d6. So it's 25 as a 23.
The 21 hits me too, though.
Oh, okay. I didn't think the bite hit.
No, my AC is 20.
Okay. That's their turn.
So the 2 applied to the 21 would make it miss.
Okay, that's fair. I wasn't thinking that through. So the bite missed.
Nah, okay, that one still hits though. Okay. So the first one's doing radiant damage and as well. Oh, okay, it's just the tail isn't. I see it. Okay, gotcha.
And the Myrmidon will attack the dragon it attacked last time. And hit once.
If it matters, this dragon gets a save every round for that synaptic static.
I missed a couple. I was going to make 2 more. He's not doing so well. Nope. Still stuck with it.
Yep.
Serious.
Yeah, fuck that. So I'm gonna trying to decide which one would be better. Probably just this one. I'm gonna cast Sanctuary on myself. I'll let the boat continue to move. Or I guess before I cast Sanctuary on myself, does the boat moving? When does that move? I guess the beginning or end of
The boat moves. Essentially, you take your move action or your dash action to move the boat. Right now, the dragons are in your path, so you have
Okay.
to sail around them.
Okay.
But the boat moves 30 feet around.
Okay, let me do this. All right. So instead of Sanctuary, then, where are you at? Okay, yeah, there it is. It's a 5th level spell, but it might be useful here. I'm gonna cast Anti-Life Shell
Mm-hmm.
so that they can be shoved away from me. I think that's how it works. I mean, I guess I should double check how that fucking works.
Yeah, I don't think it pushes them away. At least that's not what I remember, but I should reread it.
Hedging out creatures other than undead and constructs. Okay, but I have to be cautious about how I move.
Yeah, they physically can't get close to you than 10 feet.
Right.
But some of these have reach bigger than 10 feet, maybe.
Well, so
they flew
at
right
least
up to me.
right. So as I read and understand the spell, because these dragons only have essentially physical melee attacks, they can't get their claws or teeth through this barrier. But you do need to back up so that you have 10 feet around you, or else they're already going to be partially inside the field and forced.
I'm okay. So I guess I get the way I understood it was the first line indicates that it hedges them out in the first place. I guess maybe that's not really okay.
Right. I don't think it
I see what
pushes
you're
them
saying.
back. I think
Yeah,
it's just
okay.
Well, I mean, that seems like, with it being a 5th level spell, it seems like that would be intended that it would hedge them out so it pushed them away from you initially. Maybe after that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah, I just don't read it that way.
All right.
Well then, yeah, okay. Then I'm gonna stick with the original plan then, and just Sanctuary myself, and try and get this boat around these fucking guys.
These fucking guys.
This is fucking guy. And I just like look to the giant like, these, remove them.
You make it to about there. I don't know why it shifts your token around as I try to move the boat. Just trying to kick you out of the boat.
Right.
And it's
Okay.
Teal's turn, unless you're doing something else.
I guess. Oh, that's right. I was gonna do the Toll the Dead and then do the Sanctuary. I forgot I was gonna do that, and then I was shifting my idea. I don't know why. I don't know why this one's. Oh, it's got the synaptic static. Okay.
Right.
I probably don't know that. So they both hit me with their tails. So I guess the first one that hit me would get the. Unless I could tell if they're damaged at all, but Toll
They're
the
both
Dead.
damaged.
All right. Then yeah, this one would get Toll the Dead.
So it made it.
Indeed. It's a shame. That would have been some nice damage.
And now Teal.
Hmm.
I mean, you can run on all surfaces and jump. Like, could could you conceivably like jump off of me into that without, because you don't take fall damage. That'd be pretty epic. Like Rain of Fire when that dude just jumps in the air like he's gonna take out that dragon and just gets eaten. Except don't get eaten.
Right.
Yeah.
Clave is projecting this whole story he's made up in his head. Telepathically into your head.
Hmm. I
Also, Clave would let you know, D-hole, uh, that I am planning to breath weapon this area. So just as an FYI, let's see, is it a dex breath weapon? I think it is. It is not. So don't get caught in it.
see. Let me see something really quick. Yeah, Teal's gonna hold his action until Clave does his breath weapon.
All right. Fire elementals do their thing. Pasha. He is going to pick up rocks too, I guess. And he's going to go after the dragon. That's all he can do this round. Yep, that's all he can do. Clave's turn.
Sorry, I'm muted. Would that get all of them minus the fire elementals? Like all the non-elemental creatures?
Yes, it would.
Okay. So I'm going to use my desiccation breath.
Hmm.
Wait, no, that's wrong. Oh.
It's not working. So giant guy failed. So those three guys failed. Surprisingly, the fire elemental who was caught in it made it.
Fire elementals are immune to poison, aren't they?
Yeah, probably is. Let's see. So you kill the mage guy.
Excellent.
And yes, fire elemental's immune. So, but you injure both the Pasha and the red-handed fire giant.
Yeah, and those that also um, fail are also weakened until the
Yep.
end of their next turn.
Yep.
And then let's see if there's anything else I'll do as a bonus action. I don't think there's anything. Maybe. Okay, that's my turn.
So let me just mark this guy to remind myself that he's weakened. Except that the little thing won't come up. There we go. Give him a blue dot too. So T-Hole,
Yes.
you were waiting until Clave did his thing.
Yep. T-hole is he's going to he's going to am I able to take a movement action on that is or is it just the action? I know I can't take a bonus. But
Well, you delayed your turn until after my turn. You didn't ready an action.
Right. So yeah, so you can take your full turn now.
oh, okay.
But now this is your initiative, basically.
That's fine. So he's gonna leap off. Uh, leap off the Claveatok and land. Basically land and then run up to this mage because he thinks he can take this mage. And he's going to just barrage him with his arms.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, you clearly killed him at this point.
Fuck
Was,
him.
was there a particular how like
I mean, once you rolled a crit,
yeah, okay. So I guess if that's the case, he would have moved and applied the rest of those to this guy, the Dragonborn.
I thought it would have been more intimidating for you to just like slam down. And again, one of those anime moments where it's like this fucking barrage of arms just to fuck this one guy up. This is look up like anybody else.
so the other guy survives. He is more robust.
Yeah, and martial arts done. And yeah, you know what? We'll try a stunning strike on this guy. Don't know what he does, and I don't know if I want to find out.
He's stunned.
Nice. And that's going to be T-Hole's turn.
Got to unstun the giant. Umix is just going to ignore you. You're no threat to him. So the weakened, poisoned, red fist fire giant is going to step on the corpse of the wizard you just slew. But at least he thinks he has a target now. So these are at disadvantage because he's poisoned and also because you have foresight on you.
Still very good for disadvantage.
Hey, it's not a crit.
Turns out
Actually,
plus 13 is
so
really high.
So here's the good news. All of those are also half damage because he's weakened.
Well, it's very helpful. Let's
So it's 12, 11, and 15.
see. Yeah. Check something. Nope, can't use that either. All right. 12, 11, and 15. 12. 15. All right. He's looking worn.
Okay. The fire giant guardians. So the one who was stunned is back in action again. Move to well, probably doesn't want to move all the way there. Let's figure out how far away you are.
60 feet up. Yeah, I'm gonna put a marker on that.
That's pretty far. You're within his long range. He'd just be at disadvantage. So he is going to pick up a rock and hurl it at you at disadvantage.
Again, we know that plus 13 is pretty high.
Miss.
But his AC is pretty good. 16 miss. The other one is going to do the same thing. He'll move out a bit. I'll move him in a
Miss.
second. Miss.
That does hit. So
He
13
would have
damage.
moved over here. That's their turn. The Ifrit also can't really wade out into the lava. The Ifrit attempt to hurl flame at the solar dragons, but the solar dragons are immune, so that they can't really do anything. The fire giant Duke is going to slowly wade out, but he can only move 5 feet around. He will have to attack twice. Both hits.
Nice.
Didn't take. Oh, there it goes. So the fire giant Duke wades out into the lava. Luckily, even fire giants are somewhat buoyant in lava. So he is sort of half submerged, raises his greatsword into the air and brings it down on the dragon. Dragon is still pretty robust, but he did take substantial amount of damage from that. Aurelia.
Is that cloud still moving?
Oh, yeah, I forgot to move it at the beginning of the round. Hold on. So Aurelia is still in it, but she can see through it.
So in my estimation, the boat will not get through the portal this round.
I mean, Zarius could move and dash.
Okay.
Oh,
You know, if you want, you could have one of the Ifrit hurl you onto the boat.
Yeah. Who wants to do an over under on the accuracy?
Shit. And the Ifrit can't fly, I guess, and they're not. Okay.
Actually, no, they can fly. You're right. I forgot about that.
Well, in that case, wouldn't the Freet have flown up to hit the dragon?
Yeah, they would have. Like I said, I forgot about it. Actually, I
Well,
mean, so the Ifrit, the way I see it though, the Ifrit are fighting under duress. Like they're not trying their best.
how big are they?
They're large size. They're like twice as tall as you.
Okay, I run over to this Ifrit and ask him. Oh no, I can't speak his language. I can only understand it. Okay, no, that ain't gonna work. Shit. I don't want to do that. So Zaris could double move and get through the port, get through the thing.
I think so, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hold my action. And if I see him headed in that direction, like he's gonna make it through the portal, I'm gonna dimension door onto the boat. I figure it's big enough that I could do that.
So yes, he could definitely make it into the portal this round.
Yeah.
i-
But
If
I'm
he
gonna
double
hold my
moves.
action and when it's going, move that and go and do that.
Okay. Let's see if they get their breath weapon back. They're very unlucky on this breath weapon.
Fine.
You know,
Because I'm not sitting in the boat with him.
so oops. This dragon who's been focused on Zarius for a bit. Uh, so you have
Sanctuary.
Sanctuary up. So it's a
Yeah.
wisdom save to attack you.
Yep, DC 19. Jesus fucking Christ.
So, and then since this is, yeah, I'll just wait on that. So he managed, I assume, to hit you there.
Yeah, I mean, he might have to make one for both attacks though.
Okay, that's fair. There we go. So he made it.
Alright.
This other dragon is going to attack the giant duke. So those both hit. Well, even with the -6, those are going to hit him. That's their turn. That one viciously slaps at and attacks the Duke. The Duke is kind of injured. He's not below half. Myrmidon is more or less just an annoyance, but he'll make his attacks. This, hit.
He rolled well.
Yep. So he is attacking the one that he's been attacking, which is the one that just hit Zarius. And it's Zarius's turn.
Um, yeah, I guess if I have to fucking dash, then I gotta dash. So I will start doing that.
So as you move away, it's going to take its attack of opportunity, or try to. Nope, it's not going to take its attack of opportunity.
Delightful.
And I'll
Sarius
cast
already
Dimension
made it.
Door.
So you dimension door onto the boat. And then you both pass through the portal, flowing on this sea of lava through this blue fire tube and emerging in the elemental plane of fire. You also see the black hole in the distance. You also, Zarius, you're the one who actually saw the vision when you were in Malakar's Keep. And it does look eerily familiar, although you saw the black hole in the skies of the regular world, of the mundane world, not in the skies over the plane of fire. Nonetheless, you can see there the sea of flame ahead of you is actually now beginning to curl upward into the sky, being pulled up towards the black hole.
Alrighty. Um, so that's like a move and a dash. All I got is a bonus action.
Technically, you could make it a little bit further, and you could probably get to the shore. Oop. Really, you got that.
Um, and I guess my bonus action can only do so much. So I think for now, in order to prevent.
That's true. I guess you didn't actually see Clave transform into Kveatok. So there's a very dangerous looking dragon flying in the air, and you recognize him. He has found you. The dragon you angered when you killed the false Sekhmet has found you.
Yeah, as far as I know, I figured, it would strike at the most inopportune time.
There are also two giants relatively close to you.
Right. Do they notice us?
They would have, yes,
focused?
would have noticed.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and cast Sanctuary on Aurelia.
Okay.
We can hopefully somewhat move forward.
And now that the whole party is through the gate, I think that's where we'll pause it for this week. And we will leave everything where it is. Hey, look, you get your action points back.
Well, I have an action point yet to spend. So
Oh yeah, I have 2 that I haven't spent.
That's all my two.
all right.
Get some spell slots back.
I actually did not expect you to make it. I expected, I knew it was going to be messed up, and I especially knew it was going to be messed up when I heard that Mike was taking shape change. But but I really did expect there'd be like big fight in the first room, take a little time, then confrontation with the Pasha, where there'd be some role play that never happened because he was role playing against his own commander. And then you fight the dragons, then you go through the portal. And so like we break it off where you go through the portal. Instead, it's like you split the party and Mass suggested everybody and Kaveh talks here and you killed the 3 ambassadors who really weren't involved in this fight.
They were the UN observers, making sure everything was okay. Smoke them.
I mean, they were
Guilty by association.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm glad Kveatok came back. I think that's kind of cool that Kveatok is appearing in this battle.
Did you just like put down the Kveatok NPC?
No, I actually set up, so you have to change the problem with shape change from like a mechanical perspective for roll 20 is, or a mechanical perspective generally is you have to switch out their mental stats. And they get like, the best of the saves of the creature and clave saves, and claves, they get proficiency in the skills claves proficient with and proficiency in the skills they're proficient with. So it does require a little rejiggering of the character sheet.
Gotcha.
So I just did that and then set it so that Mike could edit and control the token. So he
Gotcha.
can open the character sheet and just use it directly.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah.
That was pretty epic.
Yeah, the only thing that always bothers me a little bit, and I don't know how to fix it. It's kind of it's a 5e problem and a roll 20 problem a bit, is when you have hordes of allies, it does bog down things. Like that's why I just did not do anything really with the fire elementals, because they're all doing fire damage. Almost everybody is completely immune to it, except for the ambassadors who you basically basically have knocked half to death. Two of them to death. But it takes a lot of time to get through when you have like 30 NPCs that are doing their own things.
Yeah, unless you like treat them as mobs or something, but it
Right, and it didn't even occur to me like, oh, mass suggestion. So, so I did not set them up as mobs. I assumed there'd be a big fight in the first room, and a little fight, and a big fight.
Just for the sake of ease, can I just see if I recharge my breath weapon?
Sure.
Okay. I do not. Okay. So I will mark that.
I do have one question. So would I see this big portal that when we get down there, is it big enough that I would see it? Big,
Do you mean the black hole or what?
the
Which
black, yeah,
port?
the black hole, yeah.
Yes, it is. It is like it is enormous. It's the size of a small moon and in the sky. So you definitely
Okay,
see it. There is, you also notice that this is a wall of stone
right.
that is connecting two islets, which you might have been able to sort of like jump across to get to one of these little islands. Um, but the wall of stone was just put up just to make it slightly more difficult in case other creatures came through.
I guess my other question would be that portal, the huge thing in the sky, do I know where it leads?
You're not even sure it's a portal. It just appears
Gotcha,
to
okay,
be, it's very much reminiscent of the void because it's just a big
right.
black space. It appears to be sucking in parts of the elemental plane of fire. And there's a definite trace of energy coming from the Wand of Eternity's doorstep that's flying in its direction.
Okay,
You would, if you had to make like a quick guess, you might think it's a portal to the void.
okay.
But your character would probably at least have heard of a sphere of annihilation. That's not a portal to the void, but you might guess that it is. And then you stick your head in and your head is gone.
Right.
This was a really fun session.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
yes, thank you for running.
No problem. So I'll probably see you all Tuesday, assuming Mike's running again this week.
That's the plan, although I have no